The fourth annual Tuxedo 1886 Regatta. Rowing Korea. Pretty amazing. Pretty good stuff. us at the finish line and Margaret on the far shore. At this point, it looks like Katie may have the advantage coming through about halfway through the race. It is pretty blustery out there from what I can tell.
So with that heavy wind, it'll be really important that the rowers keep their oars tight to the water and have those clean, crisp catches to take some extra meters ahead.
Yeah, the interesting part about rowing in a headwind, as Regina and I found out this week as well,
yes,
is that there's the combination of if it gets a little bouncy, you have to have very clean blade work. So that means coming out of the water and going into the water very precisely, as well as you have the added benefit of a little more weight behind it. So it gets a little bit what we call heavy in the boat. And so it really benefits those that are a little bit stronger, a little bit taller, a little bit bigger even. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens here.
Oh yeah, we've got a good shot of Katie, and she's doing a lot of the things Molly just discussed. You can see her oars are kind of, oh, nope, there's a little, oh no, that's Margaret. That's Margaret on the screen. I apologize. Margaret's out up ahead. So Margaret is about 3 lengths of open here. So she is doing a great job of just hanging against that blade work, and you can see the wind here on the water. You can see those little waves.
Yeah, so it looks pretty minimal from this camera angle, but as those rowers know and as we know, it feels pretty heavy when you're in the middle of the race. But they're doing a great job here. Margaret with a pretty comfortable lead. Katie doing a great job hanging on, coming into the last, I'd say, 750 meters of this race. If Katie can do a good job of closing here, I would be super impressed. It's a hard amount of distance to cover, as well as in these conditions. She's gonna have to really fight for it if she wants to come back into Margaret's lead at this point. Yeah. So Margaret, class of 22 at Yale.
Yep.
She made her first senior team in 2023, as we said, in the women's 8. And then last year was also a member of the women's 8 in the Paris Olympics. So doing a great job in her first real season in the sculling boat, in the single. It's a very hard boat to kind of jump into after spending a lot of time with one oar. So it's really exciting to see her kind of dominate this performance right now, heading into the second half of this race. So I think now that this, the opening race here, I think the strategy for Margaret too is, she's got a lot of races to do ahead of her after this one. So I think she keeps her lead. She'll just kind of try and keep it and not try to go for that sprint finish here in this opening race. Katie's doing a great job though of holding on to that lead. It doesn't look like Margaret's walked away too much.
So we're now into the last 250 meters. So the last bit of the race here. We can see them on shore.
Looks like Margaret is taking it in here for the win. It looks like she'll, unless something crazy happens at this point, Margaret has a pretty comfortable lead up on Katie.
So fun facts about the single. The single weighs about 25 pounds. 23 pounds, my apologies.
We never said we were accurate in this podcast.
Yeah, it's approximate. So these boats are very light, so it's very important that they're balanced into the headwind. And so Margaret's doing a great job of that into the finish, of keeping that boat very balanced and bow moving smoothly over these waves.
The blade works pretty nice. She's pretty direct to the catch. She's not trying to waste too much energy here in this nice big headwind. Though the water looks very calm at the finish, so that's a little bit of a reprieve here.
Yeah.
And about to hear the finish horn here in a couple of strokes. Margaret Hedeman, winner of the first round of racing here.
First quarterfinal.
There we go. And you hear the finish horn. Good job, Margaret. Katie Castle, probably, I would call that a couple lengths open. Water on Margaret.
But congratulations to her.
Inaugural racer here at the 1886 Regatta.
Yes, as she enters her senior team circuit.
There's a mic.
Oh,
they're asking for.
Yeah, but it's not going out to the speakers.
Double mic.
Yeah.
Testing. Oh.
Ooh.
Hello, everyone. We may not be able to see you. We're down at the finish line here. We are broadcasting as well, so we have double mics right now, but now that we have another microphone, I'll introduce our Katie is a recent graduate of the University of Rhode Island. She is racing as part of the Green Racing Project, that's GRP, out of Vermont. Awesome job on her inaugural race here at the 1886 Regatta. And here comes Margaret Hederman behind her. She's a recent graduate as well as from Yale. She was a 2023 graduate. She raced in the 2023 World Championships where she won a silver medal, as well as a 2024 Olympian in the Paris Olympic 8. Margaret rose for the New York Athletic Club as well, and this is actually her first, I believe, one of her first big time races in the single. She was primarily a sweep rower prior to this race, so this is exciting to see her do so well in a boat by herself.
Molly and I were lucky enough to race with Margaret at the 2024 Olympics in the women's 8. And I was with Margaret as well in the 2023 World Championships, along with Jess Thonis here, who is with us at the finish line doing timing. So Jess, pop over, where we had won silver there. So it will be a great day of racing here again, as Margaret will advance to the semifinal, and we will find out who will join her in this next race very shortly.
Next up in the quarterfinals, we have Lauren O'Connor on the far side this close. This side? This side is east. This side is east. Lauren O'Connor is this side of the course in lane 2. We have on the far side, we have Katie Flynn racing in lane 1.
And they are both teammates at the Orion Rowing Club up in Saratoga, New York. So they have lots of time racing each other at both in their home course, in their home club, and also both represented the United States at the past World Championships in Shanghai 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
And raced in the inaugural mixed doubles event where they placed 7th. So that was a very exciting race where she raced with Jacob Plehall, who raced this regatta last year, unable to join us this year, but they placed 7th, and that was very exciting to see men and women racing together in the same event.
And we're just waiting on the start here for the second quarterfinal. Again, Lauren O'Connor in the lane closest to the clubhouse. In the far lane, Katie Flynn.
The University of Virginia, and Lauren is a Wisconsin Badger, so representing their colleges as well as the United States.
Can you do me a favor? Can you help Margaret with the horse right there? You can leave your.
Again, it looks like a pretty close race from what we can tell. About halfway through, Again, they are both athletes from the same club, and that's Orion out in Saratoga Springs, New York, only about 2 hours from here. They have a lot of experience racing each other, so this is exciting. Kind of a tough draw there, I would say.
Yeah, this is a very competitive race. Again, these are two of the top scullers in the United States, representing the women's single and the women's quadruple sculls at the World Championships. So best rowers in the world right here, duking it out in a 1v1 format, like incredibly exciting. So that's winning.
Mm-hmm.
So now we see coming to the screen, it seems that Lauren has about a boat length of open water here, and she's pushing into this last bit of the race.
Getting a nice big headwind on that course there. You can see some of those bumps in the water. It's very nice to the finish, but don't let your eyes deceive you. It is going to be a little bit of a longer race than these athletes are used to, I would say. It takes a lot of finesse. It takes a lot of power. It takes a lot of endurance to kind of power your way through this almost 1,886 meter regatta. And Lauren is doing a really great job of staying in front here. Katie hanging on about a boat length behind, not too far off, but again, she's got only about 700 meters left of this course here to close that gap if she wants to continue on in this regatta.
And in the finish here, you can see how incredible their blade work is. These waves, they must have to clear the water, so tapping down, pushing those oars away, and really utilizing the full drive of their legs. So again, the rowing motion is very leg-based, and pushing into the headwind, it's heavier, so they're using as much of their legs as they can to push against this and to really suspend off of their oars and use that physics to their advantage.
So again, Katie competed in the women's quad. She was bow seat of our women's quad this year in Shanghai. Did a great job racing there in her first senior team as well. And for Lauren, in her first debut in the women's single in Shanghai, did an amazing job as well. So she's had, I say, a little more experience recently in the single than Katie, being in that smaller boat than in the larger quad, which goes quite a bit faster. But she's doing a great job hanging on, and look at this great shot from Lauren, just crushing it with those USA blades.
Yes, and last year, Lauren was part of the women's quad that qualified at the World Rowing Cup Last Chance Regatta in Lucerne, and that was an incredible race, just absolutely well executed. She is no stranger to, closing and finishing with really tight and beautiful blade work. They won that regatta, the World Rowing Final Championships qualification regatta. Lauren placed first in that regatta to then qualify the boat for the Olympics, which is an incredibly hard feat to do. So she's an amazing competitor here, pushing into this last 200 meters. You can see them taking it up the rate a little bit here to finish the race off quite strong.
Yellow Korea women! Great job racing here, Lauren, coming into the last couple of strokes. Katie's still hanging on, it looks like. Only a couple boat lengths separating them. And we'll wait for this buzzer here. Great job, Lauren O'Connor. Lauren will join Margaret Hedeman in the next round of racing. Great job to both athletes. Well, not yet, but next round.
It looks
again tough to be drawing your teammate in the quarterfinal, but awesome racing from both ladies. They are again coming off of racing at World Championships in Shanghai just 2 weeks ago, so have had a bit of a break, but right back into it together in this quarterfinal. Awesome job, Lauren. Awesome job, Katie.
Yeah, let's give these competitors a round of applause as they row by. Incredible racing here today.
Woo!
You can see on their oars as they row by, they have the Orion blade on the close side with the blue and the white, and that is the national team blade on the outside. So a bit different to have the two different patterns on the one oar, but really beautiful to represent both teams.
And next up in the quarterfinal, we've got Michelle Sescher on the close side here, on the clubhouse side. On the far side, we have Grace Joyce. Michelle was our lightweight women's single this year in Shanghai. She's a multi-time national team member. Just like the quarterfinal prior to this one, these two athletes, again, competed just 2 weeks ago in Shanghai, China, both having some great results from that race. Michelle, again, world champion in the lightweight single, and Grace Joyce finishing 8th in the women's double. Grace was a graduate of the University of Wisconsin, and she's currently rowing with our Green Racing Project, which is a club in Craftsbury, Vermont. Michelle is a graduate of the University of Tulsa, and she is a member of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Michelle began competing on the senior national team in 2011 at the Pan American Games, placing 3rd in a lightweight double. So with almost 15 years of experience on the senior national team, Michelle brings quite a bit of experience into this racing. And I'm sure it will be put to the match here in this more blustery headwind. Recently, she placed 6th at the 2024 Olympic Games in the lightweight women's double. For those of you who are maybe newer to rowing, so lightweight rowing for women is our only weight class. So it's either lightweight or heavyweight. And with lightweight, it's under 130 pounds for women. So Michelle is a little shorter than the other competitors, but certainly very mighty in spirit and incredible technically. So we'll see how she does today.
I love reading these bios. If you haven't already gotten a program or seen a program, these athletes have just incredibly long accolades to their name, both very, very experienced in the single. Grace Joyce has competed in women's quads, women's doubles, women's singles. She was even a lightweight in her under 23 years. So she made the transition from lightweight rowing to open weight rowing. In 2022, I believe, was her first year at open weight rowing. She has been racing with the GRP since graduating from University of Wisconsin. And Michelle as well. She is from California, but she's been bouncing around from club to club, I think, as long as I've known her. She, again, like Regina was saying, since 2011 was her first team, and she has been on the rowing circuit for a long time. She also, I think, heads up as Heather Charles is next weekend, which is another big rowing regatta. She won last year, so I think she's looking to repeat that as well. So I would be very excited to see her go back-to-back champs 2 weekends in a row.
Yes. And this being the other premier regatta of the season with a very large purse that all of these competitors are vying for, in addition to the glory of winning the Tuxedo Park Regatta. So we would like to say thank you to all of our patrons and sponsors for providing that purse to these athletes.
And on our live stream here, we can see it is very close coming through that point there, about halfway through the race. I cannot tell who is winning right now, to be honest.
No, folks, and I would definitely pay attention to this race. This is a very, very exciting, close race right now. And the thing with the draw is, you know, this could be the closest race of the day, and it's just all luck of the draw. So these are two incredibly experienced athletes here going back to back. Looks like, is that who's farther out wide?
Grace.
Grace is a little further out wide from the buoyed course. She might have gotten pushed out from the wind, but they're about level right now, less than a boat length apart as they're coming into this last 750 meters.
And again, they are, I would say, two of our smaller athletes that are competing today. So this is very evenly matched in that regard. There is not really an advantage from either one as far as size goes. I would say that they're both handling these conditions very well. And wow, I think there is overlap here. Maybe the slight advantage to Michelle Sescher on the close side here. She's got about a little bit of open water, but again, it's anybody's race at this point. I think they're closely matched. She is really moving though. She's got a little bit higher stroke rate than Grace, it looks like. Again, she is a world champion in the lightweight women's single, so she has a lot of race experience from this year in the single. No stranger to a little bit of adversity in the headwind.
Yes. So the stroke rate is incredibly important here. That's how many strokes per minute that these athletes are taking. And Michelle is definitely bringing that up. So she's, I would estimate, probably being at a 32 strokes a minute, 34 strokes a minute here into the headwind, which it's harder to bring the stroke rate up in the headwind as it's a heavier load. And you can see she's doing a great job of suspending against it and pushing through. And just moving that boat smoothly along. You can see her bow ball moving just right across the water. Grace Joyce also doing an amazing job as well. Her course is a little wide off of the line, but moving the boat extraordinarily well as well.
As Regina and I both have rode on this course yesterday as well, it is a little disorienting, I will say, to make sure you're steering along the line. So I completely know where Grace's head's at. It's tough. It's tough out there, especially with a little bit of wind, and all you're focused on is trying to move your boat as efficiently and fast as possible through that water. So she's doing a great job keeping in contact with Michelle here, not too far back.
And again, they're in the thick of this right now. They've been racing for 6 minutes. They're pushing into the finish here. And rowing is an incredibly demanding physical sport. You use over 80% of your muscles in your body. And I'm sure their legs are on fire, you know, lack of oxygen, just breathing in as hard as you can. And yes, Grace is definitely making a push here now into Michelle. They're both going for the sprint. And this will be a very, very close race into the finish. This is about the last 250 meters here, and you can definitely cheer for them at this point. They may not hear you, they may hear you, who knows? You know, there's always that last little bit of blacking out at the finish when you're really going hard and giving these races everything you have. These competitors are really pouring their hearts into this, as you can see now. They're both taking up the stroke rating one last time to push here into the last bit.
Yeah, keep me on the line, okay? I want to hear the start.
And again, that's Michelle Sescher there in front. Coming into about last 100 meters here of the race. Grace Joyce on the far side doing a great job hanging in there with our world champion in the lightweight single here coming through.
Yes, Michelle again in the white boat closest to us, Grace farther away. Yeah, let's give them some applause here as we push into the last 5 strokes, last 10 strokes.
And that was the horn for Michelle Sescher coming across first in women's quarterfinal number
No,
3.
just for one.
And Grace Joyce not far behind her. Great job to both athletes. Michelle, this is her second or third year competing. Great job, Michelle, our world champion and now winner of women's quarterfinal number 3.
So we have one more quarterfinal race for the women, and then we will move on to the men's quarterfinal. And a little preview of today's schedule, we will have, so those competing in the final will race 3 times. There'll be a quarterfinal, semifinal, and final. So these athletes are prepared to race 3 times in a relatively short window. So Michelle is now definitely thinking about recovery as she's preparing for that next race and doing everything to be ready to continue on.
Again, great racing from those athletes, Grace and Michelle. Really fantastic race there in the women's number 3 quarterfinal. Big thank you to the Tonari family as well. Again, making that trophy happen for the women. It's going to be engraved with one of these women here today in this 2025 1886 regatta. So very exciting.
Just call me like.
Again, Grace was a 2022 winner as well. And so it's great to have her back here again competing.
I just listen how I get.
In our next quarterfinal, we've got on this close side, lane 2, Paige Wheeler. Lane 1, Sophie Calabrese.
2 younger athletes in this next quarterfinal. So it'll be very, tell them to, okay, they're good. So 2 younger athletes in this next quarterfinal. Sophie just debuting on the senior national team in the 2025 World Championships 2 weeks ago in Shanghai in the women's quad, where she raced alongside Katie Flynn, earlier competitor as well. And she also competed on the 2022 under-23 national team, and where she placed 6th in the women's quad as well, and had also competed at the under-19 level in the women's quad as well. So Sophie, no stranger to women's sculling, but traditionally in the bigger boat, the women's quad is the biggest sculling boat. There is no 8 for the quad, for the sculling boats. So the single moves a little bit slower and has a different bit of feel to the women's quad. So we'll see how this stacks up today.
And in lane 1, Paige Wheeler, she is a recent graduate from the Ohio State University. She's a member of the GRP again, that's the Green Racing Project out in Vermont. She's a under-23 national team member in 2024. That was her first national team. She placed 7th in the women's double. Again, another great sculler here, new to the senior team, and so it's exciting to see her out there racing with Sophie, who is again coming off of a World Championships in the women's quad.
A lot of the athletes you see here today, folks, will be competing most likely at the 2028 LA Olympics. And so a lot of competitors here today were perhaps future Olympians in the making. So as we see these races, these names will, are part of the circuit now for this next Olympic cycle. And okay, that's Paige, right?
Yeah.
So Paige is now coming onto the screen here just past the turtle point. She's got about a length of open here on Sophie. But again, this is halfway through the race and still plenty of time for Sophie to push back with a sprint or
not. That's okay. The beauty of this regatta, too, it's head-to-head racing. It's a very different format from your typical 6 lanes across of other boats. So there's a bit of a mental aspect to this racing as well. Paige doing a great job. A little close to that line, it looks like, with that port oar, a little overlap. Again, that wind is going to make it hard to steer straight again. So we see her blade a little close there, but doing a great job staying in front of Sophie. Again, Paige, one of the youngest athletes that are competing here today at the 1886 Regatta. This is her first time here, doing a great job navigating that course. Again, that wind, it looks like it's pushing definitely to the port side. So that would explain some of the steering we've seen so far in this regatta.
And for those a little unfamiliar with rowing, in this single, there is no actual steering in the boat. They are steering purely with the pressure on their oars. So if they want to move a little bit to port or starboard, they're simply pressuring up with that oar to kind of match that. So they have to be aware of how much pressure they're using with either arm or either leg to go straight, especially in this type of wind. So that adds a level of expertise and technicality that you wouldn't see with a less windy day per se. And additionally, as Molly was saying, this head-to-head racing format is different than the traditional World Championship style racing, where you'd have 6 lanes of cross and you'd have, 5 competitors around you and you're balancing those different moves in different parts of the race. This being a head-to-head race or Henley style, it's you and one other competitor. And if you're up, you can see your competitor, and if you're down, you're not sure what the distance is. So you're just pushing the whole way.
And we can see Sophie there in the far lane start to make her move, trying to close some of that distance between her and Paige Wheeler in lane 2. They're doing a great job right now in this water. It's getting it looked like a little bit more flat coming into the finish, which is great. Means that, as they take up the stroke rate, it gets a little bit easier to see that speed pay off as these athletes come towards this finish line. And again, Paige Wheeler from the Ohio State University, racing under the Green Racing Project against her teammate, Sophie, who is also a GRP member. So this is, again, a club-to-club matchup here. So tough to have your teammate be in the draw with you. But, again, they're doing a great job racing against each other. And, again, they must see each other in practice every day. So just another race day format for them. But, again, we've got Paige Wheeler here coming into the finish line, up on Sophie about 2 or 3 boat lengths ahead.
Really close to that line.
And Sophie, again, fresh off of the 2025 World Championships where she represented the senior team. So incredible turnaround from that racing experience into this race here. Not a big break. And so, again, a great feat of athleticism to turn around and race a competitive racing season.
Yes, Sam?
Sophie's definitely moving in on Paige right now, coming into this last 100 meters of the race. She's trying to close that gap. It looks like Paige still has a pretty comfortable lead here in the last 20 strokes of this race. Again, Paige Wheeler, one of our youngest competitors here at the 1886 Regatta. Very exciting to see her race like this. Very, very mature racing. Sophie doing a great job hanging on in these last couple strokes here.
And we'll wait for the buzzer. And congratulations to Paige Wheeler, and we'll which will conclude the women's quarterfinal racing.
So as a recap here, that is 4 races under our belts for the women. And that means there are 4 competitors who are going on to our semifinals after lunch. Those athletes being Margaret Hedeman, Lauren O'Connor, Michelle Sesher, and Paige Wheeler.
Just mind the buoy, guys.
Good job. See we're doing everything.
Yep. That buoy, sneaky buoy.
And let's hear a round of applause for our competitors here in the 4th quarterfinal for the women, Paige Wheeler and Sophie Calabrese.
Stop it! Careful, Stove. Those buoys are sneaky.
Next up, we have our men's quarterfinals. The first of our men's quarterfinals we have Cedar Cunningham in the close lane to the clubhouse, lane 2. In lane 1, we have Finn Putnam.
And this, again, the luck of the draw, folks. This is going to be a very exciting race. This was the final last year at last year's Tuxedo Park Regatta. So Finn Putnam and Cedar had gone up for the trophy last year, with Finn prevailing over Cedar last year. And so very exciting for the final of last year to just happen to be this first quarterfinal this year. Okay. So we will see who will prevail, Cedar or Finn this year.
Please make it like
and Cedar Cunningham is from Washington,
and
Washington,
Nick
also competed at the Washington State University for his undergraduate career, and is part of the Sarasota Training Center down in Florida.
Hello?
He recently competed on his first senior team at the 2025 World Championships, placing 4th in the men's quadruple sculls.
Okay. Hello? Yes.
And we have Finn as well, who is no stranger, again, like Regina was saying, to this regatta. He is a member of the New York Athletic Club and graduated from Cornell University.
If you don't hold it,
Finn currently lives in New York City, and actually I think he commuted up this morning, which not my first choice. I'd rather stay here, but he was a under 23 team member in 2017, as well as a senior team member in 2023. Again, he is no stranger to single as well, nor sculling, just like his competitor here, Cedar. He competed in the men's single in the 2023 World Championships and placed 17th. And Cedar, like we said, he was in the men's quad. Again, that is 4 scullers in one boat. It is a very fast boat, very different from the single, but we'll see how he fares today, coming off of 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I would hope vacation after World Championships, but we'll see how he does here. His first race back in the single in a bit. Finn has been training at the New York Athletic Club, actually sparring with Regina and I at points. So it'll be exciting to see how he does, our teammate there.
As Molly said, Finn has been rowing with us at the New York Athletic Club, longtime member. And again, want to give a great big thank you to everyone who's been hosting us here at the regatta. And what a lovely weekend indeed. So thank you to everyone for hosting us and for all of the patrons. And, this is just absolutely such a lovely, lovely regatta as we wait for this men's quarterfinal to start.
Sorry, go to the boathouse or what? The dam. Oh, damn. So you know what I need? Little names. Because we have to do the drive. Okay. We have to do the drive. For the drive, I need the names. Okay, so just little pieces of paper. Yes, with the names. With the names.
Yeah, they are.
Used to. No.
And so Cedar will be on the lane closest to us and shore, with Finn further away towards the far west side. And this will be an incredibly close race with a bit of a headwind. As we said, Finn is no stranger to the single. A little bit shorter than Cedar, standing at 6'2". Well, everyone's a little bit shorter than Cedar. So Cedar, that was said with very much love, very much love. Cedar standing in at 6'6". So we will 6'8". I have been corrected. I stand corrected. So we will see how the headwind fares for both of them, the technical expertise and the strength of rowing.
I mean, his name is Cedar. So it's okay, 6'8", 6'6". I wouldn't know the difference, honestly. He's very tall. So from what we can see from our live stream here, again, very close race. Can't see too well who's in front at this point.
Maybe Finn?
Maybe we're calling Finn having a little bit of an advantage coming through halfway. Again, Finn is on the far side of the course. Lane 1. New York Athletic Club athlete Finn Putnam racing Cedar on the close side here, who is definitely not down that much. So it's really hard to tell from where we are viewing who has the advantage in this headwind right now.
And again, for perspective, about a length in a single is less than 2 seconds in terms of time. And so that is time that could be made up with a sprint or can, with the men's single, it's about a minute 45 for 500 meters, probably in this condition. So with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race, a second or two of distance between them could be made up with a very aggressive sprint.
And it definitely looked like there is overlap between these two athletes in the men's single first quarterfinal here. A very close race. I think one of the closest we've had so far. Very exciting to see. I would say tune in right now if you haven't looked at the lake recently. I would say this is the one to watch right now. Oh my goodness. Cedar is only a tiny bit of open water down off of Finn. He is not giving up though. He is definitely starting to move back. Finn is keeping the stroke rate a little bit higher, it looks like, than Cedar at this point. Again, he's taking a few more strokes per minute than the big man in lane 2.
Yeah, you can absolutely see Finn here taking up the stroke rate, and Cedar also just took up the rate again. Hands coming in and out of bows so quickly. Both of these athletes just taking the oars to the water, just moving these boats. Very incredible strength, making the headwind. They're making the headwind look like it's nothing, but this is a strong wind that they're pushing.
There you go.
Oh, and Cedar's pushing into Finn. He's pushing into Finn. There no overlap now, just moving, absolutely moving. This is going to be an incredibly close race, folks. Please come to the shore.
Yeah.
And we just saw a little bit of bobble there from lane 2. Cedar, these waves are getting a little bigger. It looks like a little more challenging conditions here. Finn is looks like he's still just a little bit in front of lane 2 at this point. Cedar, Cunningham, again, Finn Putnam there, just with the advantage coming through here into the final 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, Finn is really starting to open it up here, taking a second sprint. Oftentimes in the sprint, we'll see the athletes have a multi-part sprint. So taking the rate up once first, and then a second time, and even sometimes a third time, just gradually bringing that rate up to really give the race everything they have. Total just foot to the gas, pedal to the floor, to the finish line.
And again, we know Finn Putnam was last year's 1886 regatta champion. His name is already on that trophy from last year, but can he do it again? That is the question. It looks like he's got a little more open water now here as we come into the finish. Final 250 meters, he is again taking that rate up, it looks like. He is not letting Cedar get away with anything in this last 250 meters. Finn is really pushing for that line. He wants that win in this first quarterfinal. He's doing a great job of that. Really aggressive race here from both of these athletes.
Alright, here we go.
And really exciting here, Finn is the athlete who wakes up at 5 a.m. to practice before he goes into the city for work. So it's awesome to see. Sorry, 3:30. I was corrected again. We didn't say we were accurate here. We just said we were very enthusiastic. So Finn, again, coming into this finish with the win in the first quarterfinal. Let's wait for this buzzer. Awesome job there, Finn Putnam. Again, he is a lawyer by day, everybody.
Thank you.
A lawyer in the city. He rose at 5 a.m. I don't even see him most days. Second place, Cedar Cunningham here. Great race.
First semifinal, first quarterfinal for the men, where Elliot Putnam, Finn, will proceed to the semifinal race to once again chase down that very coveted 1886 regatta trophy. Please give the athletes a round of applause as they row by. Incredible racing here today from both athletes.
And again, thank you to Tai Hang Chang for his name on this cup, the inaugural cup as well. It's a beautiful trophy. That is the men's champion trophy. And again, we said Finn, aka Elliot, that's his formal name. He has his name on that trophy already from last year. So he's definitely in that run as he made his way into the men's semifinal.
I'm just making sure nobody hits anybody.
And great racing by Cedar Cunningham here. our second place finisher in this quarterfinal.
Sorry?
Again, these two athletes were the final of last year's regatta, so incredible racing here today by all athletes competing.
There it goes.
Oh, and you can feel the wind here, folks.
Thank you. Okay, good. All right, call me back again.
It's definitely picking up. You're right.
Yeah. Just
again, you talk a lot about the conditions because it does matter in this situation. I mean, it is a almost 1 mile long course, and that means a lot of endurance, a lot of fitness goes into that racing. It really favors those that are efficient with their stroke, that's for sure. And our next quarterfinal, we have in lane 2, Cooper Tuckerman, and lane 1, Caleb Nolenberger.
And Cooper Tuckerman had competed in the men's lightweight double at the final qualification regatta in Lucerne, preceding the Olympics last year, where they had placed 4th. An incredible finish at an incredibly competitive regatta. And he is also an athlete from the Green Racing Project up in Craftsbury, Vermont. Very strong team and competitive racing environment. Originally, Cooper is from Montana and attended Dartmouth University. So lots of green in his kit and many national teams under his belt.
And again, we have another teammate matchup here. Both athletes, Cooper and Caleb, competing for the GRP, again, Great Green Racing Project out in Vermont. Caleb Nolenberger is a resident from Richfield, Minnesota. He attended the University of Minnesota. I actually coached there myself, so we overlapped a little bit on that. And again, like I said, he's a member of the GRP. He also competed in the under 23 national champion or World Rowing Championships in 2022, and he was a member of a couple World Cup teams as well, racing in the men's double.
Yes. A little bit about rowing. There are 2 or 3 World Rowing Cups that precede the World Championship as part of our racing circuit, international racing circuit. So the World Cup races are a great chance to race other international teams and represent our country or your country at the international level. All the athletes here competing today are United States athletes and have represented the United States either at the collegiate level at the NCAA or the IRA regatta, or on the senior national team, under 23 national team, under 23 national team at very competitive levels. These are some of the best athletes competing in the world. Lots of 2024 Paris Olympians, and I would place some good money on a lot of 2028 Olympians as well that you'll see here today, folks.
Okay. Sorry, that was what I wrote down. And then that was. Everyone competing is 200. We just got this.
And we are getting some film in here, folks, of this race going off. We have Cooper Tuckerman closer to us on shore and Caleb Nolenberger on the farther west bank. Another tight race, it looks like, coming up. And everyone here competing today is excited about this incredible regatta.
Like we said before, this is one of the few regattas where the money that these athletes are racing for is as high as it is. It's amazing. First place, $4,000. Second place, $1,000. $2,000. Oh my gosh. Oh, can't even. Yeah, I know. And third place, $500. So, and even athletes competing, every athlete competing will actually receive a sum of money, which is very, very exciting. Thank you to everybody who has generously given money and time and support to this regatta and making this happen. It is a awesome event, and these athletes are really lucky to compete as well as we are lucky to be part of it and to know all of you wonderful people. So we have some live stream footage from this current race. Again, we have Cooper Tuckerman in the close lane and Caleb Nolenberger in the far lane if you are watching from the shore. Again, it looks like Cooper Tuckerman has a slight advantage here over Caleb Nolenberger. These two athletes from Green Racing Project are no stranger to racing each other on the day-to-day, so this is exciting to see. Cooper, a actual lightweight rower as well, who, again, for men, that is 160 pounds, I believe. So he has competed as a lightweight rower most of his career, and so this is his first year competing in no weight category. So he is doing a great job utilizing every inch of that power that he has to race Caleb here in this second quarterfinal.
Other fun facts is Cooper competed with Sam Melvin in the lightweight double at that 2024 qualification regatta. So we might see them race again later today. Again, teammates racing each other in these races, which is very, very exciting. You know, we have one of the most competitive racing dynamics here. There's nothing like racing your teammates out here today on this water. Cooper taking a more comfortable lead here coming into the last 500 meters. And you can see him along this buoy line, just lengthening, very strong and long. Lightweights are very good at maximizing and being efficient with using their full body and really using that physics to their advantage. Rowing is very similar to the deadlift motion, and you can see him really pushing against here with his legs and suspending off of his oars, really getting the most for every single stroke. Just being absolutely efficient here as he's coming into the 500 meters to go.
And you can definitely see the water is starting to get a bit bumpier here for these athletes. It's really going to pay off for those that are efficient with their stroke. So we can see Caleb doing a great job of getting his oars out of the water, clearing them, as well as pushing all the way through, again, as Regina said, with every inch of his length here. And Caleb is about 3 or 4 boat lengths back, it appears. Again, not our tightest race, but doing a great job from both athletes. Cooper Tuckerman now in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
We can see here coming into these last 500 meters with a pretty comfortable lead in this second quarterfinal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cooper! Last 250! Right, boys! 250!
Absolutely feel free to cheer and applaud for these athletes as they come into the last 250 meters. This is the point in the race where you're just kind of giving it everything you have, pushing against it, making sure nothing is left up for grabs here.
Oh.
Again, that's Cooper Tuckerman here coming into the last 10 strokes of this race. He is going to take the win in this second quarterfinal. Great finish there, Cooper. And second place here, Caleb Nolenberger, doing a great job coming through in this last couple strokes. Great job to both athletes. Again, from the Green Racing Project in Vermont. They are teammates, competitors, and round of applause.
Watch the buoy, watch the buoy.
Round of applause for both these athletes as they come across back to the dock. Cooper to continue on for the day, and Caleb to cheer on his teammates. That's a nice way of saying it.
Yeah.
Which one?
You sure they're not in here?
How much?
Half. But we don't have rules. So.
Good for him. Smart man.
Is it last name Cooper?
etc. There's a lot of technical things happening today. The wind definitely affecting how these competitors are taking advantage of this course. I'm sure that the start is a bit windier than we're seeing down here, and the conditions surely change as they traverse the full 1,886 meters of this race. And so as they finish, they'll be taking the stroke rating up, but a little bit of a different approach at the start, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like Regina was saying, we do not see the start on their live stream, but these athletes start from a dead stop and they have to build up their stroke rate and power over the course of the first couple hundred meters.
I got
And
you,
it's likely to be the bounciest part and rockiest start, I would say, just based on this wind that we're seeing here, and it builds across the course. So it will definitely favor those who are efficient with that.
And the thing too about rowing is that there is something called catching a crab, if you've ever heard of that. And so if one of these athletes takes a slight bobble or the boat is offset, their oar could get caught under the water and force them to kind of momentarily stop, which obviously stops your momentum, and it's quite difficult. So in addition to these athletes trying to maximize the full speed, fully sending these boats, they're also trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. So, we're never quite sure. It could always be anyone's race if someone were to catch a crab, although we hope that happens to nobody.
We don't wish that ill will on anyone. We are cheering for everyone at this point.
Yes.
So we're about to get the start going for our third quarterfinal here. We have in lane 2, Evan Hankins Hall from Little Rock, Arkansas. And in lane 1, we've got Sam Melvin from Huntington Beach, California. He is a local here. He is a member of the Tuxedo Rowing Club. So I would expect to hear a lot of cheering for this one.
Also a member of the New York Athletic Club with Molly and I, and an incredible athlete. Sam has been on five national teams, most recently competing
Sam told me over this last year he has gained 20 pounds, which is incredible, honestly. And it's mostly muscle. He looks awesome. He's feeling good. He's had 2 rows on this course so far this weekend. So I think he's going to do a great job of it.
And the turtle point.
Yeah. And he competed in the men's double at the 2025 World Championships with another competitor here today, Andy LaRue, who will be in the next quarterfinal after this one. So again, lots of teammates, boatmates turned into competitors, and very exciting all around. Sam Melvin has been training at Tuxedo Club since just after COVID. So he has many years on this course, knows the course very well, and I'm sure we will see that experience come out today. In terms of, knowing where the wind might be a little bit stronger, using that turtle point to his advantage. Very exciting race about to come up.
And we have another athlete again from the Green Racing Project, Evan Hankins Cole, in that lane 2. This is his inaugural racing at the 1886 regatta. He was a under 23 national team member in 2022, and he went to Oregon State University.
Garfunkel.
Another fun fact about Sam is that Sam, in the last few years, has always drawn Finn Putnam in the first round, which has become a little bit of a joke. So this is very exciting that Sam is racing Evan today, and we're all very excited to see this race unfold. And perhaps we'll see Sam race Finn in a later stage, but for now we have Sam in the further lane and Evan closer to us as they come past that turtle point and into this last 1,000 meters.
And according to our live stream here, we can see that Sam Melvin has the advantage again in this second half of this race. He's done a great job coming off the start cleanly, it looks like, and he has stuck close to that buoy line. Actually, both competitors are a little bit off of the buoy line. I think the wind has something to do with that. Again, I'm sure in that single scull, it's tough to keep that point straight, as Regina was talking about. It's a game of power. It's you put a little more pressure on that right or that left oar, you can turn that shell. But again, that wind is going to be playing tricks on you, and it's going to be tough to stay straight.
And sometimes too, at different parts of the course, you'll get a gust of wind. So it's not just a straight headwind, that sometimes you'll get a gust that may push you a little bit to port or starboard. So we see those athletes doing an incredible job of handling that wind here today. And especially you can see it too, just the ripples on the water, and it feels even heavier than it looks, folks. I guarantee it's really, really incredible what they're doing here.
And Sam, our former lightweight, is now definitely holding on to that lead over Evan Hankins Hall in that lane 2. So Sam, again, lane 1, far side, definitely has the lead here in this final 750 meters of this race. Our former lightweight rower turned heavyweight rower, who again is coming off 2 weeks after our World Championships in Shanghai in the men's double. So he is out here by himself in that single. His pair partner, doubles partner, Andy LaRue, next quarterfinal, but he is right here now by himself in that single, winning this third quarterfinal by a substantial margin.
Yeah, I think we saw Sam 2 days after he got off the plane.
Yeah.
I think 2 days. I think he flew back on Monday, and Molly and I saw him on practice that Wednesday. So Sam Melvin, absolutely here to compete, folks. Yes. He is, 1 day off to be here at this regatta after the 2025 World Championships. So absolutely exciting to see him pull into this last 500 meters.
Sam is such a hard worker, yes. I really could not believe my eyes when he walked through the doors at practice on Wednesday morning after getting off of a plane from Shanghai, China. That is the last place you would catch me.
Again, an 18-hour, how long of a flight?
It's about 18 hours worth of travel.
18-hour flight, everybody.
18-hour flight of travel to then show up to practice in under 24 hours, completely jet lagged, and just absolutely grinding it out every single day. Sam Melvin, absolutely a very strong contender here for this next Olympic cycle.
And for that $4,000 purse. I mean, come on. He wants that bag. I don't blame him. He is crushing it, though. He looks like he's actually taking it down a bit here, conserving some energy for his semifinal race that he is likely to have coming up. We can tell that the water is looking, again, a little bouncy, but he is taking it down a bit. He has a very comfortable lead in this third quarterfinal of the men's singles.
And great racing here from Evan as well, a younger competitor. And so it's very exciting to see more younger athletes enter the training pool and enter the senior national team competition circuit here at this regatta. What an incredible dynamic here to have.
Of course he's sprinting.
Oh, he's sprinting. Sam is actually sprinting now. You can see him take up the rate, absolutely getting his hands out of bow. He is going for that finish.
What a goober.
Absolutely crushing it across the line.
I wonder if he heard us say that he was taking it down and he decided to take it back up. But anyways, he's putting on a nice show there. Good job, Sam.
Come on, Sam.
Sam said, no, not today. I've actually got another level. I was kidding. As well as Evan here coming into second place in this quarterfinal, doing a great job in this last couple of strokes.
Yes, Nick, I got it.
Gentlemen, just be careful coming through this pinch point.
Again, the win goes to Sam Melvin, hometown hero here, a member of the Tuxedo Rowing Club. Takes the win in this third quarterfinal over Evan Hankins Hall in second place.
There we go.
Great racing to both of those athletes. I cracked myself up.
That was so funny.
That's great.
It's good practice.
It doesn't make sense. It was.
Andy Leary.
You race on Heinrichs?
And then they scored two.
Just a little bit of break.
And then they got
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
No, we're about to come back.
I'm saving my funny stories for next time.
Smart, smart, smart.
And we're getting ready for the last quarterfinal of the day here, the fourth men's quarterfinal.
What's last year?
Yeah.
He did?
Not this year.
Did he compete at Tuxedo last year?
Well, you gotta be productive. Where's the? No.
Andy has been on 6 national teams, starting with his first under-19 team in 2014, and most recently competed again in the 2025 World Championships, in addition to the 2017 and 2022 World Championships as well. He had placed 4th, 5th, and 6th at the IRA National Championships at his time at Princeton. So very strong collegiate competitor in addition to his national team experience as well. And also standing in at 6'4", I believe. So he might have good wingspan here against the headwind.
That might be generous.
That might be generous. But regardless, both competitors will have an incredible race here today. We're coming into the screen here, and it appears to be dead level as they're coming across Turtle Point. So this will be a very, very close race. Ian O'Reilly is no stranger to the men's single. He has raced the men's single at the junior national team and at the youth nationals as well, where he actually won the youth national championships in the single in 2024. So no stranger to the single. Absolutely, both of these two men ready to duke it out.
He's absolutely.
So yeah, like we said, Ian, a sophomore. Is that correct? Sophomore, freshman? He is whatever he is. He's young. Ian, the youngest competitor here in that first lane on the west side here. Just no stranger, like Regina saying, to the single, and Andy LaRue coming off of his sixth place finish.
Oh, no, sorry,
No.
6 national teams.
6 national teams, right? So a little older and a little more experience. Let's see if that pays off for Andy in this race. And it's looking like he has that slight advantage over Ian O'Reilly in the far lane at this point in the race.
And Andy LaRue has raced the men's quad several times internationally. So again, the bigger boat class for sculling and a bit of a heavier load in the men's quad than in the single. In the single, you have a bit of a lighter load since the boat itself is lighter, and so it affects the way you apply pressure. But both of them doing an incredible job here into the wind. You can see it picking up a bit from the last race. Both a little bit further out from the buoy line, but you don't want to be too close to the buoy line, as again, you don't want to accidentally get entangled in that.
It's a real nightmare situation.
Yeah.
Again, Andy LaRue doing a great job holding off of our young competitor here, Ian O'Reilly, in that first lane. So Andy's lane 2, closest lane to the clubhouse, doing a great job here coming into that second half of the race, staying in front, using his power to move that single a little bit further away from Ian, it appears, in that second half.
Sam won, right? Is it swapped? It says that.
It's here. Long West.
Yeah.
Andy LaRue, graduate of Princeton University and member of the Boston Rowing Federation. He is in the lead here in this last men's quarterfinal race against Ian O'Reilly, current Harvard University student, as well as New York Athletic Club member.
We don't know.
Again, a sophomore at Harvard, so this is incredible for him to take off time from school to come here and race today. Incredibly exciting as these men go off in search of the Tai Hang Cheng Cup as the plaque that we all are so excited to see continue on today.
Yeah. The wind is bad, so connections probably because of that, right? It's just, I couldn't hear anything. I'm using myself like this for.
And we can see in our live stream here, Andy LaRue doing a nice job handling these conditions. Again, it's picking up a little bit more than our last couple of races here. It looks like he is enjoying this comfortable lead at this moment in the race. Again, this is about 750 meters to go in this fourth men's quarterfinal.
And again, the winner of this race will have 2 races after this. So 3 races in one day is an incredibly tight racing format. And so part of the strategy here is knowing when to, put your foot on the gas and accelerate, and versus when to maybe conserve a little energy. There's a definitely strategy behind this head-to-head racing. The fun fact about rowing is you're facing backwards. So, when you're up, you can see your competitor, and when you're down, you don't, and you also don't see how many meters are left. So for those more familiar with the course, they have the advantage of knowing exactly where they are in this race and how much distance is left. So Andy, having raced the Tuxedo Club Regatta previously, perhaps a little bit more aware where he is in this sprint.
And again, we have Ian O'Reilly in the far lane here, racing under New York Athletic Club, as well as, a sophomore at Harvard, which is incredible. And Andy LaRue in the close lane here to the clubhouse, lane number 2, who is currently ahead. It looks like he's taken it down quite a bit, and it looks like Ian has closed that gap quite a bit as well. So Andy may be, conserving some energy here in this second half of this race, knowing he has 2 more races possibly up next.
Andy, having competed at the Tuxedo Club race last year, making it to the semifinal. Surely today he is on the hunt to see if he can push through that semifinal to the final as well. As we're pushing here in this last 100 meters, you can see them both getting a great push and send to finish this race off quite strong.
Wow. That's a generation.
So as we come in these final strokes, it looks like it is Andy LaRue who's going to take this win in the 4th quarterfinal here at the 1886 Regatta. And again, second place is Ian O'Reilly. Nice strong finish here from Ian O'Reilly.
Congratulations to this last quarterfinal of racers. that will start at 1:20. So again, congratulations to these racers. Congratulations to Andy and to Ian O'Reilly as they row by, and to everyone who's raced this morning. We'll be taking a hour-long break here before the next round of racing in the semifinals. So again, I hope you're all enjoying this beautiful, beautiful day, a beautiful regatta, and thank you to everyone involved.
Oh, guys, you were.
Excellent job.
Did we crush it or what?
You did. You did so good.
Can you?
How about now?
What can we do?
Okay, let me try the other one.
What you think? How you doing? You look cute as a button today.
I like your pigtails.
Your pigtails are awesome. You have very good hair.
What's your friend's name? Amelia.
Hi, Amelia.
Hi, Amelia.
Six minutes, 4 minutes before we start.
I'm not seeing it on the computer. Do you want to just use the internal?
Does it work?
Do you see the settings, Cog?
Yeah, they've been all.
Yeah, I have it. It's showing default and then internal mics and then a QuickTime mic. It's not showing the DJI thing.
Food was alright today?
Food was delicious.
Food is incredible, Michael.
Yeah.
Out of this world.
No, this is just
Tap and hold.
I think the soup was a perfect.
Go again.
Both. I had the chicken and wild rice. That was just awesome. But I saw somebody going back for thirds on the beef stew.
I think I'm gonna do that. This one was not so good.
Should be a little black box.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on. I'm seeing levels to that.
Unplug the USB.
They're all really good bros. Like Michelle and Lauren is gonna be really competitive. And
Yeah.
he was like, got it. And then he
Okay, I
like
got it.
rattled off some fact. I was like, how did you know this?
What did he say?
He's just like, well, Michelle, she, the HOCR performance and da-da-da-da-da. I've been hanging out with Holly a lot. The da-da-da-da-da is her thing.
It'll be very interesting.
It will be. There will be some very good racing.
Yeah, can we I want to be part of this yapping.
Oh,
You want
sorry.
You
Sorry.
want to?
I'm just trying.
Do you?
You can come in here.
Do you want to get in? Get in.
Yeah.
Michael yaps way too much.
Wait for me.
Can I give this to you? If you don't mind?
please.
Yapping only.
1 second.
Just go like this into your shirt.
I think it'd be so funny. Could you imagine if we were just like tiny
There's a
microphone on this?
TV up there
Make
that
sure your
we
mic,
probably are on.
make sure your mic is off. You know it happens.
Oh yeah.
By the way, when I was doing that, that guy from NBC with he was trying to get to Olympics.
Yeah.
Guess what he told me? He said, Michael, when we did NBC came Today show,
Uh-huh.
we did it and they put a mic and music.
Oh, right at the punchline.
Hey,
Hepburn.
Nick.
Who's that?
That's the Nick.
Nick,
Dartmouth Nick. I just looked at the phone.
sounds good.
It's off right now. My messages aren't going through.
All right, everybody.
I don't know the next words.
Jess.
I mean, I think they have one of them is working, just the other one.
Michael.
Well, I have the other.
That's exactly the shot I want.
That's for sure.
Could you count to
Me?
10? Yes.
10, 9,
Nick.
8,
Can you
7,
hear me?
6, 5.
Can you tell Sam
Could you count?
they
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
they need to you guys
Great.
there's
Where's
been
yours?
some kind of not complain but about the start but do a better job with it, okay?
Do better,
But,
Nick.
and, also what
Yeah. She's the one here throwing the buzzer when our athletes cross this amazing finish line here at the regatta. And we are about to get underway here. I think they have gone off the start, our first semifinal of this afternoon on the next round of racing. Molly, what are you excited about at this next race?
I am super excited. Margaret and Paige, I think this will be a really exciting race because Margaret, like we said in the early round of racing, this is her first season racing the single in a while. She's only been racing in sweep boats, that's one oar, and now she's in the single using two oars and by herself, which is honestly a lot more of a challenge than you'd expect. And Paige Wheeler here in lane 1 on the far end. She is here. This is her first year at the regatta. She is one of our youngest competitors from The Ohio State University, now racing for our Green Racing Project Club in Vermont. And she has experience racing on the under 23 national team. This is her first real, I would say, debut in the senior group. So she's racing against Olympian Margaret Hedeman, who is on the close side of the course in lane 2. Again, this is going to be a fun one. The semifinals are always going to be a little more competitive than the first round of quarterfinals. And I think this will be a fun one to look out for.
Yeah, and they're just coming through Turtle Point right now, so about halfway through the race. We've received intel from the competitors in the quarterfinal that the start is much windier than this bottom 1,000 meters of the regatta. So they've been battling wind in this first bit of the race. And this is the best water that we have here at the finish. So I'm sure they'll be taking advantage as the race progresses to use that water to their advantage. And again, we have Margaret Hedeman here on the close side to us and Paige Wheeler on the far side.
And from our early video here, we can see Margaret Hedeman has her bow ball in front of Paige Wheeler in lane 1. Margaret, again, our Olympian in the U.S. Women's 8 in Paris, and is currently taking this year to get her post-bac courses done to apply for medical school. So she has been rowing out in Philadelphia this summer, doing a great job as we can see training as she is winning this semifinal race against Paige Wheeler from the Green Racing Project. Again, that's Margaret Hedeman cruising into the second half of this race for the women's semifinal.
And Margaret Hedeman rowed at Yale University for her undergraduate rowing career and is a New York Athletic Club rower as well, in addition to training down in Philadelphia currently. And you can see her really long and strong here as she is coming towards us at the finish. We have about 500 meters left to go at this point. And, in the semifinal race, this is incredibly important to set yourself up for that final. And she is taking full advantage, using her full length and really pushing that boat along with great legs. What are you seeing, Molly?
I'm just impressed with Margaret right now. She's told me earlier that her race in the quarterfinal, she could not get that high on her stroke rate because of this wind. And so being able to utilize her power in a lower stroke rate, so that's how many strokes she's taking in a minute, she is really able to utilize it here. You can see that on full display. She is a powerful rower. She is doing a great job staying in front of Paige Wheeler here in lane 1. And I am super happy as her teammate from the summer to see her doing so well in that single.
Yeah, absolutely, Molly. This is all about a sport of efficiency and how can you get the best, bang for your buck, so to speak, getting everything that you put into the water come out and translate that power into absolute boat speed. From our vantage point, it doesn't, you don't see the full effort of the absolute power that they're putting into per stroke here, pushing over, 250, 280 watts per stroke. The women's single will go anywhere between 1:45 per 500 and 2 minutes, depending on the weather conditions. And so they're moving incredibly fast here into this last 500 meters.
And again, that's Margaret Hedeman out in front, our woman from Yale University, currently training in Philadelphia. She is really putting her mark on the semifinal race against Paige Wheeler.
And Paige Wheeler is from the Green Racing Project up in Vermont. Several athletes here today from Vermont and the Green Racing Project, coached by Hap Welpley, also here today. We have incredible amount of athletes really throwing down in this regatta.
And again, these athletes were coming into that final 250 meters of this race. Margaret Hedeman still has her bow ball in front, but we have Paige Wheeler here in lane 1 who's not letting her get away with that too easily. She is still up in the rate. She is still coming through here, trying to catch Margaret before that line comes.
And there is serious money on the grabs for this race. Semi-finalists will be receiving a $500 prize for this race. And the winner of this race will go on to the final, where they will be guaranteed at least $2,000 and a chance for the ultimate trophy and $4,000 purse. So thank you again to everyone for supporting that. And here we go into the last 100 meters. Here comes Margaret Hedeman. Oh. Yeah, that's Paige Wheeler.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
And apologies there. The start here, it looks like our athletes have switched lanes, and it is Paige Wheeler in front. Paige Wheeler has taken the win in the semifinal. Very exciting to see. Great job to our young athlete, Paige Wheeler, here. An athlete who raced at The Ohio State University, a U23 team member in 2024, and now heading into the final race at the 1886 regatta for a chance to win that first place prize. Great race to Margaret Hedeman, who finished second.
Hello? Yeah, Margaret's supposed to be on the second lane. He's close to you, and Paige's supposed to be on the other.
I don't know.
Again, congratulations to all competitors here today. Everyone coming home with a cash prize for competing in this amazing regatta. Paige Wheeler winning that, moving on to the final, and we will see who she will be up against in this next women's semifinal. Again, we have intel that the start is quite bumpy and a little serious conditions, so perhaps that's where the lane switch might have occurred.
Yeah, we hear you. Don't go over the broadcast. We're good. Put it on her.
Say it again. Yep.
So again, that was Paige Wheeler with the win in the first semifinal of this women's championship. Our next semifinal, we see Lauren O'Connor in lane 2 and Michelle Sesher in lane 1. All right, what do you think is going to happen, Regina?
I don't know, Molly. This is going to be an incredible race. This, again, sometimes the semifinal could be the race of the day. Lauren O'Connor just coming off the Shanghai World Championships in the women's singles. So this is Lauren's boat class, but it's also Michelle's boat class. She also just came off the World Championships representing the United States in the women's lightweight single. So these are your two United States World Championship singles about to go head to head, heavyweight versus lightweight. This is going to be a race, Molly. What do you think?
Yeah.
What are you excited to see?
This is going to be, that was great, Regina. This is going to be a showdown, like Regina said. Lauren taking 10th place at this year's World Rowing Championships in Shanghai, and Michelle winning the lightweight women's single in Shanghai. So who's to say? Who's to say, honestly? The headwind makes it tough. Those conditions are not going to be easy at the start. So we will stay tuned. I honestly don't know who's going to come off of this with the win. I don't know. I'm excited to see, though.
Definitely. Traditionally, you could argue that the headwind may favor a heavyweight as, having more power to stroke and being a larger athlete. But it's also a game of technique and technical skills and who can, perhaps finesse those catches just a little bit better. If you can take 1 inch every stroke, that adds up over 18,886 regatta, 1886 meters. 1886 meters.
I don't want to be mean.
What were you saying, Molly?
I was going to say, Regina was an English major at Penn. And she does love math, but yes, no, that's a hard one. No, she's correct. This will be very interesting to see. It looks like we have a race starting as I can tell from this live stream. Maybe that's just warm up. Never mind. Again, we've got Lauren O'Connor in lane 2, the close side to the clubhouse. And in lane 1, Michelle Sesher. Again, Michelle, she has been on, 10, 12. We got to count here. I got to use my fingers for this. She has been on so many teams, 12
13?
senior teams.
13.
Including 2 Olympic teams in 2020 and 2024 in the lightweight double. So Michelle has been around the block. She's been here and she's experienced this race many times. She is no stranger to the grittiness that it takes to be racing at the highest level. And same with Lauren O'Connor, who just finished racing a very competitive regatta at the World Championships. The women's single is one of the tightest races, I would say, in the entire World Rowing Championships. I think it's one of the most competitive. And it was her first time, right? Her first time racing at the World Rowing Championships in the single, finishing an amazing 10th place in that event. It is incredible to have these 2 athletes here racing today. And ladies and gentlemen, they are coming through the halfway, and I cannot tell, once again, who is up and who is down. I am excited to see. This might be playing out as we speak. It's anybody's race at this point. Possibly Lauren O'Connor with a slight advantage in lane 2, if that is actually her boat in lane 2. Again, we got that wrong last time with the lane switch here. But it looks like lane 2, Lauren O'Connor is currently up by the smallest margin against Michelle Sesher.
Yeah, and Lauren coming from hometown in Wisconsin, Belleville, and also studied at the University of Wisconsin. And Lauren has raced the women's quad at 2 world championships in addition to the Olympics. So she is very experienced sculler as well and used to the big boats and the heavier load that comes with those quadruple sculls. And I think she is handling this headwind well, using her height and her length to her advantage. Every stroke really matters in this race, just pushing, and you can see the wind and the waves and just taking every stroke. It's a game of inches here in this middle race.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. And there's less than a boat length separating them at this point. And again, a boat length is only 2 seconds in a women's single. So could truly be anyone's game with over 500 meters left. Any margin can be taken at any moment with a rate shift.
It's important to note that Michelle, in the final of the World Championships in 2025, sprinted from 5th place into 1st and held off an incredible drive through the last 250 meters from the lightweight single sculler in China. She has so much to give in the tank, And Lauren O'Connor is going to fight that whole way down just like she did in her finals as well.
Thanks, Jess, for that insight. Jess raced the women's pair this year at World Championships, so very good insight as she knows these women very well and how tough they are and how good they are at racing in these conditions. Gosh, it is a very impressive race right now. Lauren has over, about a boat length on Michelle at this moment. So you can see Lauren here in lane 2, just about a boat length up on Michelle Sescher in lane 1. But like Jess said, I would not count anyone out of this race, including Michelle. She is she's a dog in a fight, I would say. Like, she will go after it when given the chance. So Lauren is looking really good here, currently winning with about 750 meters to go in this race. She looks like she's starting to take up that rate just to stay in front of Michelle, knowing that sprint will come. But right now it is Lauren O'Connor in lane 2 from Orion here winning the semifinal.
Yeah, and as Molly and Jess were saying, Lauren knows that Michelle has that sprint, so she's going a little bit early, a little bit before the 500 meters here, preparing to do a second type of sprint, an early sprint, to make sure she can keep as much of a lead to fend off that eventual final push from Michelle. So using that rate, she's probably, I would estimate, probably at a 35 strokes per minute here, or 34. Definitely Lauren is rating the highest that we've seen quite a bit, pushing against that wind and using that rate to her advantage.
And just as we see that wind pick up now, coming into the final 500 meters, it looks like Michelle is starting to make a move here, and Lauren as well. And that gap seems to have gotten a bit bigger in these last couple of strokes. Lauren still with the advantage in lane 2. She's the one with the USA blades on front and the Orion blue and white stripes on the back of her blades, coached by Kat. If you see him around, he's wearing some fantastic glasses. And Lauren is doing a great job here staying in front. She is looking good. She's looking smooth. Again, our 10th place finisher at this year's World Rowing Championships in the women's single. That's Lauren O'Connor from Orion, who is currently in the lead for this semifinal.
What?
That's fine. We're good.
And we're pushing here into the last 250 meters with the last minute of the race. This is very exciting as they're pushing towards the final. This will be for the final spot and the final race of the day. And will Lauren get it? We're pushing the last 100 meters with over thousands of dollars on the line here for this race. Incredibly, incredibly exciting race.
Yes, Nick, I'm here.
And great sprint there from Lauren O'Connor. She is going to take this win in the semifinal, the last spot in the final for the women's championship here. That's Lauren O'Connor here, about to cross the line.
Yes. Who's that?
Followed closely by.
And followed closely by Michelle Sescher. Congratulations to our semifinalist, and now on to the finals. Lauren O'Connor will race in the final against Paige Wheeler.
And that is 2 races underway for these women. That is a heck of a race right there. This wind is picking up. It's going to get a little bit heavier. This final race will just be a test of endurance at this point, I think, Regina. They did a great job there. Michelle and Lauren both did a great job racing that semifinal. Congratulations to Lauren O'Connor, who is rowing by the finish line tent right now. Everybody give her a round of applause, making that spot happen in our final. Great job, Lauren.
Yeah, girly pop!
And that concludes the women's semifinal, and we'll now move on to the men's semifinal. Up next, we'll see Andy LaRue face off against Finn Putnam in this first men's semifinal. Molly, what are you excited about for this race?
Gosh, I think we saw Finn had a really impressive race against Cedar in that quarterfinal. Same with Andy. He won pretty easily in his quarterfinal. So it'll be interesting to see them go all out against each other for that spot in the final. This semifinal, again, Andy LaRue in lane 2 and Finn Putnam in lane 1. I am so excited for this one as well. I think these are all going to be some really great races coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Do a selfie.
You guys are like, Mom.
No, do a selfie.
Come on. Mom, I hate it.
Oh, God. That's so funny.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
And Andy LaRue, coming off of his racing in Shanghai, he was also a member of the 2025 World Rowing Team from the U.S. He raced in the men's double with Sam Melvin, who is in the next semifinal, actually semifinal 2. So it's exciting to see both of those both.
Competitors absolutely throw down with almost 1,886 meters. It's a long race, and we're just seeing the last 500 meters of it here. And you know, in that middle of the race, it's what's it like, Molly? What's it like when you're in the middle of the race? What does it feel like in the rowing stroke for those who maybe haven't experienced a full tilt boogie?
Have you ever, I would ask them the next question is, have you ever done a max deadlift straight into a all-out sprint? That's what it feels like. It feels really hard, really tough. You feel your legs burning. You feel lactic acid, especially in this wind right now, which, again, I think is picking up from this morning's session. So these athletes will be feeling it. Oh, it's going down, says Michael. I don't know. I don't know. My senses are tingling.
Well, the times are getting faster, we're told. Regardless of what the wind conditions are, these athletes are really bringing the heat. The boats are moving very, very fast. And
1 mile per hour less.
We're hearing it's 1 mile per hour less than this morning. So the wind is about the same, but still pretty heavy wind. And now we have this first men's semifinal coming through Turtle Point. And it is so tight, I can't even tell you. We're not sure about the angle here, so I don't want to make any quick judgments. It is back to back. This is a very, very, very tight race, folks.
Oh. Again, that's Andy LaRue in this closest lane to the clubhouse in lane 2, and Finn Putnam on the other side of the lake. From our live stream here, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Andy may have half a canvas, I would say right now at this point, of a lead on Finn. Again, we're only into the first half of this race, so anything can happen at this point. But at this point, it does look like Finn is starting to come back into Andy's slight lead here. And again, I will not be able to call this race at this point.
Yeah, no, as Molly's saying, it looks like Finn is starting to pick up the stroke rating. He is taking more strokes per minute here and appears to be outrating Andy, though Andy still holds a bit of a lead. So as we come into this last 750, we'll see what kind of sprint both of these men throw out against each other. And Andy can sprint too. Both of these men have incredible power per stroke, incredibly strong athletes. Yep, here comes Andy. Andy's also starting to bring up the stroke rating. And you can see Finn pull almost level. So this is an incredible race, folks. I'd come down to the shore. This is an incredible race that we are about to see.
And right now, it looks like they're going stroke for stroke into this last 750. Like Regina was just saying, Finn is up on his stroke rating. He is really going for it. Andy is slightly lower in his rating. And my gosh, they are trading strokes at this point. Finn has just started to inch his bow ball out in front of Andy. Oh my goodness. But he is not letting go. Finn is really racing as hard as possible right now, it appears. He really wants to get through Andy in this second half of the race. I think he's just started to make that move a little more official. If Andy can come back through, this would be the time. But Finn Putnam right now making his move in that second half of the race. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. And again, Finn Putnam is the reigning 2024 Tuxedo Park champion. So he is looking for that trophy again. He knows this course, and he is giving this everything. He is upping the rate once again, and you can absolutely see that boat run underneath him. Finn is moving that bow ball ahead, and Andy is pushing too, but it seems like he is pulling out just a little bit ahead, stroke by stroke, and just adding those strokes together. Finn is just connecting those, the oar to the water, pushing that bow ball ahead. Dueling banjos here, folks, into the last 500 meters.
My goodness, you can tell Finn is he's taking a slightly shorter stroke than Andy to try and get a little more leverage here in this tough conditions, this headwind conditions. He's doing a very good job. He's staying, oh my gosh, there's overlap, but he is staying about a half a length up on Andy in lane 1. Goodness gracious, this is a tight race. Finn is really going for it. We are coming into that last 500 meters, and Finn is just now starting to see the payoff right now on what he has put down on this course. He is getting up on Andy, and he's starting to get, maybe just the littlest amount of open water on him. Let's see if Andy has a response, Regina. I don't know. This is going to be a tough one.
It is. We've got less than 250 meters here to the line, and it is every stroke to the line. It's never over until you hear that buzzer. Until Jess pushes that buzzer, it is every single stroke to the line. And Finn is going to make sure that he takes advantage of every single one of those strokes. You don't want to leave anything to chance here, not when the stakes are so high. He's not going to leave anything to chance as he pushes here into those last 200 meters, Molly.
Yes, he is doing a great job of that, Regina. Oh my goodness. He is really up on Andy now. He is solidifying that lead. Finn Putnam in lane 1, who is looks like going to win this semifinal for the men, sealing his fate in that final here. My goodness, he has really raced. He came from behind at this point, it looks like, to take this semifinal win. That's Finn Putnam about to win the first men's semifinal here.
And with the buzzer, we see Andy LaRue coming in second place here for this first men's semifinal. Congratulations to Finn Putnam, who will be
Wow. Amazing race. Amazing race. Congratulations again. Finn Putnam, everyone. Finn Putnam for the win, the men's semifinal 1.
From the New York Athletic Club and Cornell University. Bit of a Cornell-Princeton rivalry as well, we didn't mention. But
how could we forget?
How could we forget? Lots of great racing here today. That was an incredible, incredible race. That's the kind of racing we love to see.
Yeah, good job. That was awesome.
Nick, I got you. Yep. Is Sam at the start?
Amazing job to Finn Putnam now rowing in front of the finish tent here. Everyone give him a round of applause as he makes his spot into that men's final here at the 1886 regatta. Congratulations, Finn.
Good job, Andy.
And who will join Finn in the Tuxedo Park final? We are about to find out in this second semifinal. Who will join Finn for the chance to vie for this Tuxedo Park trophy? We have Cooper Tuckerman in the east side closest to us, with Sam Melvin on the further side on the west bank. Molly, is it true that they were once teammates and now competitors?
That is
in the men's double, a heavyweight now, against Cooper, who is in lane 2.
Stop texting me. Is it going? Is it okay? In 7:46. No, wind is there. By the way, the wind shows a few miles less.
Okay.
And the time shows actually it's true.
Okay.
Take your word for it.
Yeah. You want to like do one of these, boys?
Go for it.
And again, we're getting ready for this second, and they've started. And yes, we can see them just in the very, very tip coming towards Turtle Point here. And again, that is Cooper Tuckerman from Montana and the Green Racing Project representing the Spriggs from Vermont on the lane closest to us. And Sam Melvin, having graduated from Columbia University, representing both the New York Athletic Club and the Tuxedo Park Club here. And this is a race for the men's final.
Ooh. Showdown.
And this will be an absolute showdown. Both former lightweights, now heavyweights, absolutely just grinding here in this last 1,000 meters against the headwind. Who will prevail? Stroke for stroke, just using that technical expertise that the lightweights often are able to utilize. Absolutely efficient, maximizing beautiful rowing strokes here today, Molly. What part of the rowing stroke do you expect to be a deciding factor in this race? Do you think catches? Do you think the finish with this headwind? What do you think might be a bigger factor?
Oh, honestly, Regina, I think it'll just be how well you can suspend your weight in that second half. I think it'll be thank you, Michael. I think our tech support here helping us see better. And now we can actually see what's happening in this race. We have, it looks like a dead heat at this point, maybe a slight advantage to Sam Melvin, our local Tuxedo Club rower, who is in that far lane in lane 1, who has maybe a slight advantage. Actually, I won't say that right now, but from a slight angle, it may be him in front. What do you think, Regina?
Yeah, Molly, I would agree with that. But like we saw in this last race, at the 1,000-meter mark, it's still anybody's game. That's half the race. We saw Finn Putnam absolutely take 2 lengths in the second 1,000 meters of the race. So even with Sam with a slight half a boat lead here, it's going to really depend on who's able to bring that stroke rating up, pushing into the headwind, who can take more strokes per minute, who can be more efficient. Really exciting race unfolding right now.
Definitely. And it looks like, yes, that it is Sam Melvin who is in the lead at this moment in that 1K mark. It appears halfway through the race that he has that slight advantage over Cooper coming into that second 1K. I believe, I think we talked a little bit about this in the quarterfinal, but he showed up off that plane from Shanghai and went right back into his single to prepare for this race. So he really is going after it for that final spot into the men's final championship.
Yes, and as we'd mentioned earlier, Sam has kind of historically drawn Finn Putnam in the first round of racing here at the Tuxedo Park Regatta. So how exciting is this indeed to have teammates against teammates and for the draw to create such just incredible tight racing at every stage. The quarterfinals just as competitive as the semifinal. And this here is a race with Cooper just bow to stern, with Sam both pushing. Cooper seems to have taken up the rate here, really sending it on the finish. You can see Cooper just absolutely just that last quarter of the drive pushing through. But Sam also just taking it stroke for stroke there, locking on at the catch. You can see Sam's oars just go beautifully in, just locking in. Also to mention, who is Sam coached by, Molly? Do you know his coach?
I've heard of him. I believe his name is Mikel. Oh, sorry, it's Michael Martinoff. Yes, Michael Martinoff, the coach of Sam Melvin there in that far lane. He is doing a great job here. We can see Regina's commenting on his blade work. It is very nice. And Cooper, let me tell you, I just saw him take a look back at where Sam is just to see he is not letting him go and get away too far right now. Cooper's really trying to hang on for that spot and really trying to make sure he can reel Sam back in at the necessary time. But let me tell you, we've only got about 500 meters left in this race, and he is going to have to really work for that spot if he wants to take the win in this semifinal. But Sam Melvin doing a great job holding out in front. He is really cruising it right now. He knows he has to just hold on to that spot, and he will get that final place in the final.
Yep. With less than a minute and I would say about 90 seconds left to go here in this second men's semifinal race. Again, Cooper Tuckerman in the boat closest to us from the Craftsbury, Vermont Green Racing Project, and Sam Melvin in the further lane representing the New York Athletic Club and Tuxedo Park. So we have this last race here for the men's semifinal, just pushing through to this last final. Both athletes taking up an incredibly high stroke rating and just giving it everything they have here, folks. Absolutely just laying it all in the line. Mm-hmm. It's a race to the end. It's a race, every single stroke matters.
And you can see Sam now, he is locked in. My gosh, he's veered a little bit away from that line, but I think she's just really motoring it and has not even noticed, which is what we want to see. He's really going after it here in this semifinal. He is really cruising now in that final, I would say 100-meter stretch here. And he is, again, about 2 to 3 boat lengths up on Cooper in second place right now. But Cooper is still coming up in stroke rate. He is responding to that lead now, coming back on Sam as we speak. But I don't know if he has enough water here to make up for that gap. It looks like Sam is going to take that win here in this semifinal. Great racing by both of these athletes. Cooper is really going for it.
Let's hear it for these athletes as they cross the line. With Sam Melvin taking the win, followed closely by Cooper Tuckerman.
Yep.
Congratulations to both of these semifinalists. What an incredible race here from former teammates turned competitors and this semifinal of the men's single at Tuxedo Park.
Yeah, really great sprint finish there from Cooper Tuckerman there. He really closed that gap on Sam as he came into that finish line. Really awesome racing from him.
And so Sam Melvin will join teammate Finn Putnam in the first round. So finally they meet in the final. Sam Melvin will meet Finn Putnam, not in the first round of racing, but the last. So we will be taking an hour break here before the women's championship final, followed by Sam Melvin and Finn Putnam for the men's.
Amazing racing by all athletes. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
She is a graduate of the Ohio State University and a member of the Green Racing Project, and she is crushing it in her debut here at the 1886 Regatta. Honestly, I am pumped for her. She has raced so well and mature the last 2 races. I'm really excited to see her in this final. And in lane 1, we have Regina.
Drumroll, please. The absolutely fabulous Lauren O'Connor from both hometown of Belleville, Wisconsin, and the University of Wisconsin, here representing Orion Rowing Club from Saratoga, New York. And Lauren is quite a veteran athlete, Molly. They have for, this will be their 3rd race of the day coming into this final. These athletes, again, as Molly has said, have raced twice previously to this race in this regatta. So it is going to be an absolute showdown here between Paige and Lauren. And again, Lauren is the United States single sculler. So, it's going to be her experience, that spot on the national team against Paige Wheeler, coming in new, younger, with lots.
She is her hometown is Arlington, Virginia. She went to the Ohio State University and she joined GRP not that long ago. Her only actually national team that she has been on is her under 23 team, and she was in the women's double in 2024. So she has 1 under her belt. Lauren has a couple more than that, but I wouldn't discount Paige and her mature racing that I've seen so far today. Honestly, it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a real tight one.
It is, and to remind you, Lauren O'Connor's national team history, she has raced on 2 senior national teams, both in the 2023 women's quadruple sculls and the 2025 quadruple sculls. In addition, the 2025 women's single, as we mentioned, and the quadruple sculls at the Olympics in Paris in 2024. And she also additionally has won the 2022 U.S. Lotman Challenge in the single, and has won last year's U.S. Rowing National Team's trials in the single. So Lauren has extensive racing experience in the single with many national and international races under her belt.
And from our live stream here, we are just getting out of the first 750 meters of this race. We can see 2 tiny boats on my screen right now. And honestly, again, hard to tell what's going on. But from what I can see, this wind is picking up a bit. It's turning into more of a crosswind versus what we saw earlier today, which was a headwind. So the water is coming across the course and turning these athletes a little bit more than it had been in these previous races. So from what I can see, honestly, it's possible that Paige is a little bit out in front over Lauren at this point. Hard to tell at that turtle point, honestly. We have about 1,000 meters left in this race, and these athletes are very, very close. Again, Paige Wheeler in lane 2 on the closest lane to the clubhouse, and Lauren O'Connor in lane 1. Literally don't know. I don't know. Regina, can you tell what's going on in this race?
No, I think there's maybe at most half a boat length, which again is only about a second or two that could separate them at this point. So with half the race left to go, it's anybody's game here as they fight for the Tenari Family Cup. So this Tenari Family Cup they are both giving everything they have to put their name on that trophy and to come home with this prize. It is every stroke against every stroke going into this last 1,000 meters. And, too, with the crosswind, it's a different kind of rowing. Jess, do you have any additional commentary here?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you should definitely make your way down to the beach to witness this, because we have two incredibly fierce women coming down to the line. We have Paige in the lane 2 east, which is closest. Looks like Lauren has just started to eke out a little bit. Ooh, big splash is coming here. They're going to need to make sure that they're tapping down and around. Very experienced technical oarswoman coming with Lauren. Paige, a little newer, but certainly just as fierce. And you're going to want to make sure you're by the start or by the finish line to make sure that you see this finish. This might be the closest finish of the day here.
Thanks for that, Jess. Wow, yes, Lauren O'Connor just starting to put her bow ball in front. She has overlap still with Paige Turner in that lane 2. It looks like they are still in contact. Honestly, I think Paige still has an opportunity here to eke back more of that gap right now. But still, Lauren O'Connor still in that lead in that far lane, and she's doing a great job of staying on top of that water, keeping her blades clean. And Paige too, honestly, it could come down to that what they're going to do in this final 500 meters with their sprint, but we will see. But right now, again, Lauren O'Connor in the lead at this moment for that final.
And again, they're coming into the last 600 meters or so. So please come down to the shore to see them as they're coming into this last 600, 500 meters with less than 2 minutes in this race. They are absolutely duking it out. And we just see Paige is bringing up the stroke rating. They are bringing up the stroke rating, everybody. They are absolutely sprinting early. This is an early sprint here from Paige. She is bringing it up. She is now almost level with Lauren O'Connor. They are dead level coming into this last 500 meters. This is a race. This is a race for the Tenari Family Cup Challenge.
Oh my goodness, that was an amazing move by Paige Wheeler. Oh, she is dead level with Lauren O'Connor. She has gained that boat length back. It is an even race, ladies and gentlemen. 600 meters to go. It is anybody's race. Again, Paige, amazing job there to get that boat level. But Lauren is responding, and I don't know at this point who is going to take it up. It is a matter of who is going to be the bravest and the grittiest in this weather. Oh my goodness, Paige, they're going bow for bow ball, honestly, coming into this final 500. Can Paige do it? Is Lauren able to hold her off? I don't know. Paige is starting to move now. Paige is starting to move. She's about a half a canvas up on Lauren. This is very tight, ladies and gentlemen.
Please come to the shore and please cheer. They can absolutely hear you out there. And this is a very, very close race. This is the closest race we've seen all day, coming again into last. This is less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go. That is, 50 strokes to the line. They are absolutely sending it stroke for stroke. Paige has got maybe 6 feet on Lauren, and every stroke matters in this race. They are absolutely handling it.
Please cheer for these ladies right now. They can hear you on the water. Paige is really going for it. Oh my goodness. Lauren is really going to have to make a response right now. She's going to have to go and try and make up that lead. Oh my goodness. Paige is half a boat length up on Lauren. The stroke rate is going to have to keep going up if she wants to hang on. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Let's hear it for Paige. Let's hear it for Lauren. Here they go. 100 meters left in this race. Paige is up. Paige is up by half a length. Can Lauren respond? Now is the time. Let's hear it, ladies.
Who will be the Tenari Family Cup Challenge champion with less than 100 meters to go? They are so close. This is the closest race of the day. Here comes Lauren. Here comes Paige. Cheer as loud as you can. All the way to the line. Every stroke is mattering here. Every stroke matters. I think it might be Paige, though, who's going to take it out.
Watch out!
Oh, Paige Wheeler! Paige Wheeler with the win! Oh my goodness, that was incredible. Lauren O'Connor just on her tail. Holy cow. I love that kind of racing, everybody. Again, Lauren O'Connor, slight lead in the beginning. Paige Wheeler, though, made a very decisive move with 500 meters to go to solidify her win and that 4,000.
Absolute goosebumps. Amazing racing from Lauren O'Connor to the very end. That was less than a boat length there at the very end. That was an incredible race, stroke for stroke. Amazing racing here from both these women. And again, that's Paige Wheeler from the Craftsbury Green Racing Project as she's coming up here past the shore. That's Paige Wheeler, our Tuxedo Park champion.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Congratulations to Paige. Congratulations to Lauren. She is also walking away with some prize.
Cheers as she rose by now too as well behind.
Wow. I need to recover a little bit. I need to recover a little bit after that, everybody.
I know, my heart rate is still a little high. I don't know about you. My heart rate's a little high.
Elsa's hands are sweating.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Men's championship final. Last race of the day coming up. We've got in lane 2, Finn Putnam from the New York Athletic Club as well. And in lane 1, Sam Melvin from the New York Athletic Club and Tuxedo Rowing Club. Again, teammates now turn competitors. What is going to happen in this one? I am so excited for this, Regina. If that was the final we had for the women, the men's final is going to be just as exciting. These two, we said this before, they drew each other in the quarterfinal last year and the year before, and possibly the year before that.
At least twice.
At least twice. And the joke has been they will never, ever race each other beyond the quarterfinal. But here we are in the final race, and they are going head-to-head here in the men's championship final on Tuxedo Lake. Regina, what's going to happen now?
This is anybody's race, Molly, and I'm so incredibly excited. Last race of the day, you know, we just saw the Tenari Family Cup champions be a race go down, and now it is for the Tai Hang Cheng Cup, and it is all on the line here for both prize and glory between Sam and Finn. It's going to be a matter of who can rate higher, who can handle the water better. This is both a game of technicality and of strength, and it's just a pure combination of both that we're about to see go down.
Mm-hmm. And as in the last final, we saw, you know, Lauren racing as the U.S. women's single in Shanghai this summer. Sam also has raced in Shanghai this summer in the men's double. So, and Finn, unfortunately, did not make the field this year, but that's okay. He was the single in 2023, but he has been training this summer very hard for this race. I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens because he has been going out here and doing 500s. He's been training really hard, so has Sam. It's anybody's game at this point.
Yeah. Molly and I have both had the pleasure. We've been rowing in the women's pair, and we've had the pleasure of racing against both of them in the men's single. And both of them are incredible competitors, incredibly fierce, just, you know, technically strong and powerful, both of them. So this really, really is about to be an amazing race. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen, for the final race of the day at Tuxedo Park, the men's final.
Again, that is Finn Putnam in lane 2 and Sam Melvin in the far lane in lane 1. From our live stream here, it appears that Sam Melvin has an early lead on Finn Putnam. That's Sam Melvin in the far lane who has an early lead as we cross past Turtle Point here. That's about 1,000 meters into this race. Again, moving into the second half. And again, that's Sam Melvin still with his bow ball in front, it appears at this moment.
But again, as we've seen at the 1,000-meter mark, it's still anybody's game with both sprints at the 750, the 500 meters to go, and the 250 meters to go. There are several pushes here. And oh, he's a bit wide on the course, but still moving quite well. The wind appears to be a good straight headwind, Molly. I don't know if you think there's a bit of a cross still.
It looks like there might be a little bit of cross as we come into the second half of this race. But Sam, again, a little wide on the course, but still has his bow ball in front of Finn Putnam in that lane, second lane there. You know, I think that if Sam can stay a little bit closer to the course, I think that would be great for the final finish. But at this point, he's still winning, and I'm not gonna critique that too much. Props to him. This is his third race of the day. Both of these gentlemen, their third race of the day in these conditions. These are challenging conditions, and it looks like Sam is just handling it a little bit better than Finn, which is very exciting to see. Go, Sam.
Yes, both of these men, incredible rowers. And Finn Putnam there in the lane closest to us, a little bit back from Sam, was last year's Tuxedo Park champion. So both of these men, incredible competitors, walking away with some serious prize money here on the line for the trophy today. Sam bringing up the rate just very slightly. You can see both of them suspending off of the oars and just pushing away, just pushing that boat towards the finish line. Every single stroke, taking what he can. Sam moving very far ahead here, taking the race.
Sam Melvin, also incredibly well known for his performance this fall and spring in the men's single, has just absolutely clean catches and is representing the men's double incredibly well. He has come from Shanghai just 2 weeks ago to really push the level of excellence here in Tuxedo Park. It's another year of incredible performances and some of the closest racing that we've ever had. If you would like to come down and cheer as hard as you can, it's highly recommended to turn your attention to one of the best finishes yet. Let's make sure Sam hears us as we're coming in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Sam, our Tuxedo Rowing Club member here, coming in to that final 500 meters. He is in the lead comfortably in front of Finn Putnam at this point. Again, anything can happen in this water. We don't know, but at this point, it would take a lot for Sam to not finish first in this race. Again, both of these competitors are walking away with some serious cash money, which is also very exciting, but it appears that Sam really, really wants his name on that trophy as well.
Yes, that Tai Hang Cheng Cup is coming towards the line here with less than 2 minutes to go. Sam is pushing every stroke towards that finish line. And you can see him long and strong here, oars just going in so beautifully. Again, coached by Michael Martinov, Sam Melvin, and Finn Putnam, both athletes just incredibly technically strong here, handling the conditions so well, just no bobbles, perfectly setting the boat. You can see Sam's hands moving like clockwork, just beautiful rhythm here as he enters the last 200 meters.
Oh, wow. And that's former lightweight Sam Melvin, who turned heavyweight this year. An absolute incredible journey he's had, honestly. Well, a couple bobbles there you see on your screen. Honestly, not to discredit this wind and these waves. Honestly, it is tough out there, and he is just wanting to see that line at this point. I'm sure this is his third race of the day. He is really putting it on all on the line here. He is going for it again. Heavyweight, lightweight turned heavyweight. Coming back from Shanghai, going for that medal.
Everyone, please come to shore and cheer for Sam Melvin here. Please, in the last 10 strokes of the day, here comes the finish of the Tuxedo Park race. Here comes Sam Melvin through the finish line. And
wow. And Finn finishing now in second place, also doing an amazing job in this wind, in this water. Wow, that was amazing.
Check it, Sam.
Finn Putnam from the New York Athletic Club and Cornell University now approaching the finish line. Our second place Tuxedo Park finalist here to finish the day off incredibly strong. What an incredible day of racing. And a round of applause for Finn Putnam and our Tuxedo Park champion, Sam Melvin.
You're good now. It's green.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm done.
Congratulations to all of our competitors here today. Incredible racing from all 16 athletes. Congratulations. And thank you to everyone for joining us for an incredible day here at the park. Thank you for everyone who's hosted athletes, who's supported the regatta, and everyone who's joined us and supported this amazing show of American excellence on this regatta.
Thanks for coming.
Nice to see you.
Crush it.
Thank you. And thanks for everyone for tuning in online.
And thank you all.
I don't know if you can hear
for
us.
Tuning in.
Who knows if you can hear us?
Thanks, everybody. And Sophie Calabrese says, Mom, hi.
Hi, we love Sophie.
Oh.